Okay, I think we are live again. Let's check. Okay, I think we are good to go. I think our stream is back on. I will know in 5 seconds. Yeah, this is just wonderful music. So I have to ask Galeno on the steps of Thal. I'm not quite sure how that's pronounced. And let's get queued for our third dungeon. Okay. So, he's over here. This is a very beautiful and ambient city. That kind of cuts in, but beautiful song nonetheless. I am digging that person's flame shoulders. It's really cool. Yeah, let's teleport somewhere. I bet you by the Weaver's Guild? Yeah. Okay. Oh, that wasn't even that long. All right. That was very nice. Let's do this up. That's funny. Zephyr just performed the exact dance that we're going for right now. The quest, the stately ball dance. Okay, let's slowly kill these 3 enemies. Grab that tiny key and through the door. This purple-haired Lalafell totally looks like Pine. Okay, I'll let the healer do it. Ooh, a dancer. I've never played as a dancer. Okay, so we got the Hecatonaires here. I think we can just run and gun. That's all we gotta do. The lightning spray here. Let's keep on going, keep on rolling. We go. Treasure? Is that what this is? What is this? Nothing. There's nothing down there. Good, we got the big boy still with us. These copperbell goblins are the weirdest type of enemies. They're like rock spiders. It's creative. I have nothing against it, but strange choice. Should probably pop this. I forget if there's enemies back here. There is not. And here, let's pop this. There we go. Beautiful. That conjurer, Zephyr, did it up. I feel like I missed one of the fire sands. Katos. Okay, so I am coming back and playing as somebody who just finished. I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing to block that. So I've finished Endwalker and I finished 6.2, and I'm coming back on an alt to try and re-experience all the content that this game has. And so I'm streaming my experience and what it might be like for a first-time player. So far, nothing has struck me as particularly challenging. This part is amazing. I remember this part, you used to have to come in, and a whole bunch of Spriggans would slowly spawn from this little cave on a ledge up there. And they jump down, and you'd slowly kill them. And then another one would end up coming down, and you'd slowly kill them, until finally my man Katos here finally spawned. Then, and only then, could you actually fight for the treasure, the key, and move on. All in all, probably took 2-3 minutes of just waiting. It was extraordinarily annoying, and so the fact they updated it here is beautiful. I really do think that, like, dungeons, I don't know, they either need to improve the AI or something, because every dungeon I've done with an AI party member has not been a pleasant experience, not once. The closest would be my personally trained GC squad members, which I'm excited to get back into in this file, but they just never perform well for me. And so I've pretty much sworn them off, which means that I've pretty much taken to just doing dungeons as DPS or healers. Or, I'm sorry, tanks or healers. I'm also excited to try some of the stuff that I haven't been able to try, like Glamour. Glamour is something that I've never touched. Not once. I have a Glamour Prism in my inventory, if I'm not mistaken. But I've never done anything with it, and I'm hoping to do some more with it as I play around with the classes. But I also find that the job equipment does a good job of making you feel really, really cool. Okay, this seems to be different. I don't think you could damage him like this before. Let's lure him over here. One more hit. Bam! You're dividing it. Yeah, no, this is great. He stays as one whole being. He divides. Those turn into bombs. He dodges the bombs. Easy peasy. This is... Oh man, these bosses are way better than they used to be. Apparently I can't type. I don't know, I need to actually check in and edit it, but limited time, especially in a dungeon. No, no, come back, errant soul. Thank you. Oh, you're right, Aya. It is good. I already have that. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh, hello, big boy. Okay, let's get those three over here. Grab the Cheshire chest. Treasure? The Cheshire chest? I should probably pop that. And they will mainly have taken care of the enemies by the time we're done here. And that's it. Time for our boss. Slaves no more. Free! Free! We got a revolutionary on our hands, boys. A revolutionary. Strike him down. Gigas the Great, or Gigas, or Gygas. Could be any one of those names I just stated. Okay, this is easy. Stay in the center. Gigantic swing. Okay, we've got our limit. Now we're just gonna... come on back. Keep on going here. We're doing great damage. Yeah, he's gonna do this again. Perfect. I'll use reprisal on that, even though I already have this. And beautiful. This is a fantastic party. Everyone's gone. Nobody stays so I can compliment them. Let me give you reputation points. Oh, of course I know where Master Gileno is. Don't you see those roses on my cheeks? And the ever so slight droop on my supple carriage? I've just come from practice. You can stop wondering who the belle of the ball is to be next moon. With what Master Gileno taught me, I've no doubt that I'll dazzle the masses. Where can you find him? Well, I oughtn't say, but... Oh, why not? You should find him on Hustings Strip. He said he was headed to the airship landing. Okay. That's good. Let's gather some more data. Luscious. Are you another one of Master Gileno's camp followers? So cute. You know he's from Kurthus, don't you? Travels the world teaching the art of the dance. They say he was the youngest dancing master ever to leap the lands. That he had a large estate, a fine stable, and a coat of crown and sable. Why anyone would leave all that is beyond me. When I think about that, it gives me shivers, you know. Why, if he weren't leaving Ul'dah today, I'd consider permitting him the pleasure of my person. Oh, don't look so shocked. Mayhap when he returns. Okay. I'll let him know. That's valuable knowledge to have. Merchant Strip. So this is Hustings Strip. It's a residential network of buildings. Okay. Master Gileno? Oh, it's lovely what he teaches. But straight is the gate, my good sir. He is very choosy about whom he teaches. You must dance for him and show some innate quality. Why, he wouldn't even accept Master Gurgaju's diamond-crushed crumpet, and she was quite the danseuse already. Okay. He's on the Hustings Strip. Bum 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 bum. Master Gileno, I am he. That you are an adventurer is apparent. What business brings you an adventurer to a dancing master, I wonder? At you will not answer. No, you will you. You will not answer where no question has been asked. It is the feet that must persuade, not the tongue. Now dance for me. Okay. Sprightly. The vessel is rude, but the wine within may yet be fine. Unfortunately, there is much call on my time, and I am bound for another land. I will make a dancer of you when next I return to the city. There you are. Heard anything good? Hope you're not wasting my time with that looker there. Oh, Master Gileno, I am Pomolmin, the danseuse, and I would speak with you. It is my greatest desire to become a dance dexter and perform at grand balls. Please, my lord, won't you teach me? So, it is not the adventurer who wishes to tread the parquet, but this stammering maiden. Child, I sift people to find dancers. Do you understand? Then let us see whether you can master these steps. Such grace, such poise. That's how they do it in high society, huh? I can be the lass with class, just watch. Hideous, grotesque. Your dancing stands alongside the Calamity in its horror. Well, those words might cow your high-born ladies, Master Gileno. But where I come from, we take our lumps and keep on twirling. Now what exactly didn't you like? Child, you rely overmuch on appearances. You go from pose to pose, pleasing to pleasing. That is not dance, but crude fascination. Adventurer, look sharp and take your turn on the floor. Well, I guess I can do anything. Let's do this. Such grace! A gentleman of gentlemans! I can't take my eyes off of you. I mean, you're not exactly good. You'd be picking rotten orange pits out of your eyebrows if you did that at the market, but it's a story, isn't it? A dance is a story, and I have nothing to say because I haven't lived, just made a living. Aye, child, ale-glazed eyes are easy to please, and you have squandered these years striking your poses when you could have learned a craft. Still, you have courage, I'll warrant that. I weary of teaching so many who may have lived, but in ways too alike. I wonder if you have courage enough. Do you dare start anew? To be a dancing girl no longer? To learn a true craft? I dare! I will learn the craft of adventuring! Do you adventure for fun or gain? Do you have to be very good with weapons? Those moves you make with your arms, is that some fighty thing? I want what you've got, darling. The way to the grand ball is through quests and dungeons. I'll learn to slog, I'll learn to slug, and I'll learn to dance. Thank you, my lord, thank you. I'm off to the Adventurers Guild. You've taught me so much, and I'll never forget that dance you showed me. Did she choose a mere adventurer over me? Master among masters? My airship departs this strange city soon. Dance your rude yet puissant charm, adventurer. Mayhap you will effect more aspirants as you did pneumonia. And mayhap I shall hang up my dancing shoes and start anew. Where's the new one that I just got? Was it just dance? Okay, so I have the step dance. And the ball dance. Let's see. Do 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 do. And then the is this the step dance? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well, with that, let's report to Painted Mesa. Where is he? Okay, he's in the Adventurers Guild. Painted Mesa? Where are you? Oh. Hi. Let's change to a rogue. And actually, let's apply our food. That looks really trippy, the light effects going on. Why a battle, I wonder? Ah, the conqueror of Copperbell returns! Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Uldar will have all the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I will share the good tidings with Papashan the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Mamodi. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. No! Shut your mouth, you thievy little swine. You stole from me. Don't even think to deny it. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with my own coin. What rot? You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you never set foot in this town. By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is me witness. Please, adventurer, help me. I beg of ye. I swear on me mother's grave, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved. I only wanted to treat me children to a decent meal. And who the hell's are you when you're at home? The dog's master? I've had enough of this mama's farce. You lot, teach him a lesson. Oh, that makes sense why we're in a fight. Back this up just a little bit, stun him, get behind him. As soon as he does any damage, I can throw on my blood fist there, whatever it's called. Bloodbath. He was easy to go down. Is that can't be it. That was too easy. Oh, I'm getting paid enough for this. Hi! Where the hells do you think you're going? Thank ye, kind adventurer. Thank ye thrice over. I'd swear there were more refugees than when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the Calamity. Why are they only coming now? It's really simple, really. Well, a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the Calamity. Many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their land had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes. And problems like these aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. But the Calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in the other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Ul'dah has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them. It truly does, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades will welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins! Get your dodo tenderloins! Guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank ye for your custom, madam. Please, come again. Looking around, you'd think that Uldar was well on its way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Sir, are ye alright? What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? What? Saw her by the meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? I will overlook this, but just this once. God's bless ye, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what that monster might have done. It don't bear thinking about. That's really dark. He literally lied, tried to extort her, and then essentially tried to make her extort her into sexual practices. Yeah, disgusting. Ever the selfless hero, I see. It has been a while, adventurer. I have been watching you closely ever since you flew out of Limsa Lominsa. You discharged your duty as the Admiral's personal envoy with admirable humility, and you have displayed unfaltering courage in the face of danger ever since. Whensoever you came upon those in need, you gave them succor with no thought of personal gain. In summary, you have demonstrated all of the qualities we seek in an adventurer. For reasons I cannot well explain, your every deed seems invariably to serve the general good, whether you mean it to or not. It is a happy knack, and one which speaks volumes for your character. Yet, for all your admirable qualities, it is your gift which intrigues me most. I speak of the visions you experience. Visions like the one you had there moments ago, if I'm not mistaken. I can provide you with the means to understand them. An acquaintance of mine is blessed with the self-same talent, you see. If you so desire, I can introduce you to her. She and I fight for a common cause. A cause which would greatly benefit for your support. If you would agree to lend us your strength, we should be glad to do all within our power to aid you in your personal endeavors. Think on my offer a while. Should you decide to accept it, speak with Momodi. The proprietress of the Quicksand is a close friend and ally of ours. Inform her that you've been chosen by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and she will tell you where to find us. Okay. That was the mystery girl we met back at Limsa Lominsa. In Summerford Farms, when we were dealing with the whole thing in Summerford. Oh, we are at the Adventurers Guild. The Quicksand. Okay, so she has an organization which she wishes us to join that we need to speak to Momodi about. Seems like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the women folks from time to time. Ah, Ardbert! Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to a fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well. To look at you. No one would ever guess you've been hard at it with the giants in the dark. You're every ilm the adventurer Mion said you'd be. You're every ilm the adventurer Mion said you'd be, Ardbert. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants to have a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew she meant you. I knew who she meant right away. Thank you for spending the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name's Edda. I'm an adventurer, like you. Though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania when... I'm sorry. We were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembers you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and he swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded, had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of the man you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I'm inspired just as Avir once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask of your name. Ardbert Lux. I shan't forget. Thank you, Ardbert Lux. I pray that we'll meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be a cruel bleeding business. Time was. I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But, against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for yours, Ardbert. Eh? What did you say? You want to know about the scions of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest, then. Listen, Ardbert. The scions ain't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice a bit about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. I will be right back. I'm going to take a break for a quick second. Sorry, just getting readjusted, everyone. Momody is ready to tell you what she already knows, or what she knows about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. So, you want to know more? So, you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear, if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being Ul'Dan. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who have made it their mission to solve some of Eorzean's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task. And so they're always looking for dependable adventurers to join them. Individuals like you, Ardbert. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzean's enemies would very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay out in western Thanlin. The place that you're looking for is called the Waking Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand, Ardbert, and the days ahead promise to be busy. But I hope you won't forget about them as help make you into the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell them how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right. Well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Farewell, Momody. I bid you adieu. Apparently I can't salute you, but I salute you, soldier. What's the best? So let's just warp to Horizon, since I've gotten 14k in the last 10 quests. Because if I'm not mistaken as well, I need to come back and clear up all these quests here. I've cleared, so part of this Eorzean experience thing that I'd like to do is completing all the content, and any content is any lists or anything that adds to the journal. So, Lominson side quests. Here's all the quests that you can partake in Limsa that I had unlocked up to that point. Middle Lenosha, Lower Lenosha. Quite a few quests. So I'd like to do this and document each one. And then perhaps I'm thinking maybe like an atlas video. Go through each of the areas or each of the zones, each of the maps, and add on to all this lore into one concise thing, because there's actually a lot of cool side stories in the side quests. They do take away from the MSQ in that they are time consuming, but they're wonderful quests. And what's nice about them is they give you a little bit of extra gil, which clears out some of those teleports, because the teleports get really, really pricey. Not too terribly long ago, I had about 30,000 gil from doing gil tests. I did all of the gil tests from each of the jobs that I got from Limsa Lominsa, and what it ended up doing is it ended up taking up, like, I think I had $800 left from that 30k by the time I was done all the warping around for doing a huge bout of gathering. In hindsight, I probably should have utilized these chocobos, the choco carriages or whatever they're called. The Choco Keep. Lots of quests to do here too. If I'm not mistaken, one of these blue quests unlocks glamours. Yeah. Right now I want to focus on the main story quest, but probably in a stream soon I'll end up going through and clearing out all of those. All those in Ul'dah and all those in Gridania as well. Tataru! I never noticed that she has purple eyes. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Tra la 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 la. I would thank you to not sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... Here at the behest of Y'shtola? My sincerest apologies. May I please have your name? Ardbert Lux. Ah, here you are. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the solar. I shall let her know to expect you. Okay. Someone over there. What's in here? Oh, okay. This is pretty lit. Arenvald. I had a dream like any other. I was myself, but then I became something more. When I spoke of it to the others, they directed me here. Did you have one too? Okay, so he has the echo. Owly. My receptionist is something else. Did you perchance notice how small she's written the names in her roll? I couldn't make a single one. No. I couldn't make out a single one no matter how hard I tried. Sorry, just trying to make idle conversation. This whole affair has me all worked up. I thought for sure that it was some sort of scam, that they were I thought for sure that it was some sort of scam, that they were rounding up hapless adventurers for some nefarious ends. But now that I've seen the facilities for myself, I must confess it looks legitimate. Batia. The antecedent made me an offer I couldn't refuse. Said that if I joined, I'd get to fight against the Primals and the Imperials, both to my heart's content. I know I could get the same by enlisting in one of them grand companies, but I've never been partial to saluting, if you know what I mean. Alright, cool. Anyone else in here? No? Nice. I'm digging the guards. Behave! I'll cut you to pieces! I take it you are Ardbert Lux. Tataru sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minfilia has eagerly awaited your coming. This way, if you please. These are invaluable. You have to come back here a lot. Like, a lot. And there's no etherite. For a lore reason, which is really, really interesting. And these take you directly here. I don't think there's anything better than what I've currently made. Which is nice, because then they'll give us some extra gil.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much. Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming. Please, be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are right to burst with questions, but have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzean. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzean, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body? All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo. With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzean. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Thank you, Tataru. The pleasure is mine, my lady. By way of welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the Retainers Registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will prove invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. A mutually beneficial relationship, I'm sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me. But it is important to know that all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with your order's password. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach one another when afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray, keep it safe. Ra-ba-ba. Oh, I will never get tired of that. Hiring a retainer. Retainers are helpful NPCs who can be hired by players to carry out such tasks as storing excessive gil and gear or selling unwanted items on the markets. A contract of service can be drafted by Ferdwib in Limsa, Parnell in Gridania, and Kachabi in Ulda, Prunilla in Ishgard, or Kazashi in Kugane. Cool. 7 waning moons see 7 suns rise. Divine order roils, false corpse thrives. Thus the divine chronicles seek to warn us once more. The meaning of these words now shines clear. They evoke the dire circumstance of this imperiled age. The realm doth shudder and twist, and the dawn lieth cowering neath the stifling blanket of night. And we abide. We await the coming of the unborn era's seed, the light which shall pierce the glowering darkness. While there are others who possess the echo, none are nearly as strong as you with the power, hence our extremely high expectations of you. This place is called the Waking Sands, and it's our headquarters. It used to be somewhere else, you know, but then a bunch of things happened and we ended up here instead. I wonder what actually happened. Summoning a primal is no small feat. It requires a tremendous concentration of ether, which is why the beast tribes go to such lengths to obtain crystals. Once they manifest in physical form, their unquenchable thirst for ether only grows stronger. They would drink the land dry with nary a thought to the consequences. Considering their fearsome strength, it could be well within their ability to do so. It is for this reason we must do our utmost to oppose them. Our organization, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, was formed through the union of two separate entities. The first was comprised of Sharlayan natives such as myself, and was called the Circle of Knowing. The second, made up of individuals that share your rare gift, was known as the Path of the 12. The terrible events that ushered in the Seventh Umbral Era taught us that only together may we stand against the evil that seeks to consume us. We Scions have but one objective: to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer, Ardbert. I will go whither the wind blew, whither the wild rose blooms.
I take it you will help us.
Yes.
Wonderful. I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzean's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popolimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there!
Welcome!
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Banquet.
He is our man here in Ulda, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely lady beside me is named Yastola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. I have been expecting you. Last but not least is Eorzean, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us, but we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Eorzean, have the documents arrived from the students of Eorzean?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Eorzean and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time
Coincidence was a weird word to use there.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Eorzean, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Ever at your service, dear fellow.
So that's the Scions, a motley crew. That was a great cutscene. I really enjoyed that. It's cool. I really wish I could have played 1.0. There's so many things that I'm curious about 1.0. Through this first mission, you will come to understand the nature of our struggle with the primals. The realm may appear well on its way to recovery, but reality paints a far bleaker picture. The truth is out there, Ardbur, and I would have you discover it for yourself. Just you, Thancred? Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which you believe to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friends at Eorzean and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves as the camp de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see that he gives us his full cooperation. Camp Drybone. How far is that? Come on, man. A little costly. That's fine. We can go. I'm Isambard. Here to search for the missing folk, I take it. Minfilia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Eorzean. It seems we know who the culprits are, at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I will do all I can to see the victims safely returned. Let us get right into it then. Minfilia named the Eorzean culprits in all this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Eorzean hands. The flames burn where there might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the church of Saint Adama Landama, innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. That's brutal. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Eorzean still linger. Would you secure their remains for me? Friend? You will find them on the eastern road. 12 willing, you may even come to learn something of what the Eorzean seek in this area. Okay, let's go see. It's really weird when the adventuring music doesn't kick in. It reminds me of Final Fantasy 15, which I felt was just awfully silent. Up until the time when they added the update where they had the MP3 player. That made everything infinitely better, but yeah. Even Breath of the Wild can seem kind of empty at times. Ripe. Ripe corpses. So I can actually hide pretty well around them with that. Very much like a tank. That's really sad. It is good to see you return. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? With the bodies given back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what of the Eorzean? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Eorzean remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed. I can sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Eorzean raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great, and the questions are too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day. And even if it were one amongst them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in their vanishings? What say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves? It may be among them that we find the reason for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungast who was born here in Drybone, and he grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people there better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away the day's earning. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him, else he's not like to speak to you. Ghost? Where is he? Perhaps in here? No. He's in here. Well, God's be damned! Oh, that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Udar. What the seven hells do you want with me now? Dear friend, missing people, please help. Eorzean. Folks around here are as weary as they come, and they turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Played them all for fools and coaxed some hard labours out of them I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before, what with all the disappearances. You can go talk to them yourself if you don't believe me. Interesting. Okay, so it's this guy. Please, sir, just leave me be. The devious derelict. I have nothing to say but this. Thou'll take who, or whatever's been feeding off us low folk. What do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please, don't kill me. Poor guy. That's some pretty heavy paranoia. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been a lot of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and move to a better place. This place ain't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. Welcome back, Ardbert. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Ungust. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, then the clergy may know something of use. Yep, get to take more gil. Isambard would like to know what you learn, or would like you to learn what you can from the clergy. If we would know what the common folks speak of to their gods, we've no better place than at the church of Saint Adama Ladima. It is a small and humble church, found to the northwest of here. And so long as you are headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marcus. He tends the graves of the lich yard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. This is another one of those really pretty areas. When you turn off all your all your UI, you got those crystals rising in the back there, the gates. Over here you have the church and the lich yard. Just beautiful. I'd recommend anybody playing through this to shut off their HD or their HUD every now and then. And just enjoy Eorzea. Rest in peace, dear uncle. Technically, our cousin thrice removed, but who's counting? We're too busy dividing up that estate of yours. Oh, savage. Did she do this? Ever has man sought to better his life, all too often at the expense of his brother. That desire and hope can beget suffering and death is a regrettable, yet undeniable truth. True? Let's go talk to Marcus. Marcus has a rockin' beard. I am Marcus, yes. A body, of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial, then there is an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest there. Where was I supposed to put him? Up here? Okay. Yeah, I think I have to go up there. The question is, how do I get there? Do I come down here and then turn right? Maybe? What gravesite? Seriously. What gravesite? Okay, well, I will be right back again. Probably about 10-15 minutes. Okay, I have returned. In about 15 minutes or so here, I have a pizza arriving, and so I'm going to need to go on to a silent stream. My dog is knocking on the door. He wants to come in. I am feeling dumb. Like, what's going on here? Why? Also, am I a little bit hot? It sounds like I'm a little bit hot. Check. Okay. Sounds probably a little bit better. Check, check, check. Sounds okay. Sound like I was getting a little bit corrupt. Oh! I figured it out. Sorry, old lad. May they all walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orkin can. She's been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Orkin within the church walls. I heard you've done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when next you see him. You seek knowledge of missing Drybone inhabitants. It is true that I am closer to the people than any other of the order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am their medium. I am the medium through which they do so. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marcus would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the Calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems now to prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behaviors ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marcus, and soon. Okay. For what? Got to do the hip hop hop. Okay, so we're gonna talk to Isambard. Thank you, Ardbert. I'm very listening. You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Ardbert? Oh, I didn't read that was Thancred. A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you. And I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I too spoke with Ungust. more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession, the good sister Orkin herself? Orkin? She wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye to this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marcus. I'd swear to the 12 I've seen that face somewhere, elsewhere before. Beautiful again. We're ahead of the curve, and I think we just got 2,500 gil from that one, if I saw that correctly, which is huge. For the children. Sister Orkin, it cannot be. Though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be she. Could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray, seek out the boy Ardbert and see if you cannot glean something from him about Urkin's activities. There we go. That's better. That's why I was having some sound issues. My headphone was halfway plugged in, which does not lend to the best audio quality. I went to the wrong place. I need to go to the Golden Bazaar. So let's head over there. I really like this song. This song is very nomadic is the word I would use. It very much conveys this wilderness wandering, living in the desert, surviving in the elements. You feel like it's a hot day in the song. It makes you feel that. It's really good musical storytelling. Let's do this up. I actually really like doing fates, and they're necessary for a trophy, which we are going for. All trophies. So, 3,000 fates it is, and I think I've only done 15, 20. They become extraordinarily important. However, we have not yet seen the class that will make fates a little bit easier. Roadwalker Imp. This looks like it might be the last thing I'm going to be able to do audio-wise for at least a little bit while I eat my supper. I'll still probably play at a decent rate because we're going to head on, but okay. So yeah, with that, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my pizza and then I'll come back and I'll kick around. We'll we'll do some questing. I'm not quite sure what we'll do yet, but... I'm eating, but just gotta say, my girl Orkin just survived a zombie apocalypse. Literal zombies rose from the dead and tried to attack her. Enough said. Okay, so like, this sounds like fun. It's time to go to war with these beastmen. We are going to... That was an interesting storyline with the false priest, Ungest, handing out all of these tracts. So he's working with the Eorzean. There's all of these abductions that are happening. Okay, so Camp Drybone. I am very close to reaching level 30. I want to get to level 30 with all of my main classes pretty quick here. Let's see. Ah, you're Ardbert Lux of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're the stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture the Eorzean and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizard Men aren't aware that their man Ungest has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amalja's plot if the mission succeeds, Ardbert. Let's make sure that it does. Aye, aye, Captain. Let's go. It's easy. We pop it. I got like 10 jobs. Alright? What you want? You want daggers, swords, axes, spells. I can do this in whatever way you'd like. Call me Furion. Lie in wait in the Invisible City. Where is that? Okay, so it is up here. Okay, well, we're gonna go for a nice little stroll. I really like the raid. Do you know what really excites me about this game? It really reminds me in a lot of ways of Final Fantasy XII and the Eorzean game, or I'm sorry, the Ivalice games. I absolutely love Final Fantasy XII. I hated it when I first played it, and then I just kept getting stuck. It was very difficult. It was very confusing, and then one day I got to Firemane, which was like. He's incredibly early. You go into what is it? Sewers, the Garum Scythe waterway. And what you do is you end up fighting this horse, and it was at that moment that I was sold. And what FF12 does, it has these zones that are contracted that you cross over by blue dotted lines. Exactly like this. Oops, that went the wrong way. So in a lot of ways, I think Yoshida took a lot of, well, maybe not Yoshida, but the original crew of 1.0 took inspiration from FF12, or maybe Yoshida did when he remade it into ARR, I'm not quite sure. I need a little more context on 1.0's map system. However, from what I can tell, FF16 is looking to be absolutely incredible as well. I was just re-watching some YouTubers react to the Final Fantasy 16 trailer, and man, that also reminds me a lot. FF16 kind of feels like FF3, FF6, FF12, and FF15 smashed together, mixed with elements of Devil May Cry, or Dante's Inferno, or God of War, or one of those games. I'm all for it. And Yoshida has proven himself time and time again to be reliable. So, I'm very excited. Should I do this? Yeah, I'll do it as a rogue. Lord of the Inferno. Wait, what? What? Okay. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. What is the meaning of this? Wait. Something's amiss. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the immortal flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught Did you not wonder how I managed it? It was almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. I don't know if I call him a bad person, but he's certainly not a pleasant person. Oh, I wish I had an AoE. Haiken Hatsu-cha. Okay, so that's the main boss right there. Let's get everyone else dead. Once they're done, the rest should be pretty easy. Get out the ranger. He's going to be annoying. Get rid of the bruiser. Two more archers, and then we're good to take out the boss. It's going well. Nice if they get out of the way, but you know. I thought everyone was dead. I was like, oh no, is this the only one I have left? Well, that's ominous, Ungust. Okay, I actually need to, like, beef down this guy a little bit. This guy needs to... try and get a little bit back from doing this, but... Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! Bring him. The rest of you, march. Traitorous scum. Well, that didn't go fantastically. I actually don't know where we are. Okay. Listen well. These waters feed into the marshes of Drybone. A short swim will see us to freedom. However, if all of us attempt to flee, we are likely to be discovered. You alone must sneak out and assemble a rescue party. Once you've run free, seek out your comrades stationed at Drybone. He will show you the way back here. May the 12 speed your way. No. I fear the emulsion mean to give us their god as an offering. If I die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. Ooh. Yeah, to me this is an easy choice. Marauder is my tried and true go-to, at least till Marauder's leveled up, or Gladiator, which is my favorite tank I've played so far, even though I've only played 2. So, while that's happening, confront Ifrit in the Bowl of Embers. Okay, so. Oh, I wonder how long this is going to take as far as the loading goes, but I wonder where it's leading me. You mean to go and rescue our comrades? The lizard men marched us to their stronghold. They're preparing for something. And I, for one, do not want to be around when they finish. Damn it all! A traitor in the flames? What has become of us? I'm sorry you were dragged into this. Were I a better judge of character, we wouldn't be in this mess. Don't be too hard on yourself. They're going to kill us, aren't they? God, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Horror moron. That's a hilarious name. It's funny. Horror moron. nothing wrong with some casual socializing with people. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to head back to Limsa, I think, and start turning in some job quests. Sissy-Poo would have you learn a new technique. You're familiar with the Culinarians Guild, aren't you, Ardbert? If you couldn't tell by its supercilious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly the fussy Master Linsgath. So, when he comes asking for shadow catfish, no other fish will do, even if I kindly explain that fishing went out. Let's just skip this. Yeah, that was pretty long. Wouldn't be able to read that out anyways. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. Almighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you. Grace us with your divine presence. Almighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who do not know your godhead. If it pleases you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No! Spare me! I beg you! Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as my loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God. Your words are my bread. Impossible. By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? could it be? Your soul already belongs to another. Yes, that is the only explanation. Forsooth! Thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiances waxeth clear. Thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. The Paragons. Who are the Paragons? Okay, we're going to need the spigot to swag. Oof. Can't see him. Not great. Okay, that's not good. Gotta get up that mitigation. Should I not stand in front of him? I killed a nail, but it won't be hard, sad but true. Singing VeggieTales there, don't know why. Okay, we survived Hellfire. We're doing well. So yeah, for Incinerate, I definitely gotta get out of the way. Radiant Plume. And that is how Ifrit goes down. Our first primal. That was great. Ardbert looks there solemnly. The red crystal. I believe that's our second crystal. Yeah, the first one was after the, was it the golem? I still don't fully understand what they are. Pure light, essentially, like ether light. It's water and fire, so it's certainly elementally aspected. Pray, forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja zealots. I swear, each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lot! I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives. No less than I expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say that their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology, Ardbert. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was the mighty Ifrit. What a disappointment he was. The ratings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Ul'dan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Olivia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. The meter of yours is too old to give any readings worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet, I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps. That is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. That was a cool scene. So Nero and Julia. So they must be part of... Oh, pardon me. Oh, Gaius's Legion. Ah, there you are, Ardbert. Come rest. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Emulsion will be less inclined to risk our wrath. For a time, at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use, to you or the abductees. They may be whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds. For once a man is tempered... but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand, no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Ardbert. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax, and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. A shadow catfish. Falgert. Let's go try and catch that fish. Falgert float. They're all undiscovered. I haven't discovered one of them, which... Okay. Oh, no way. I wonder what about... Yeah, I'm gonna need to go buy the right stuff. Let's just go back to the Waking Sands. That was disappointing. Well, so far it's been a productive day as far as being a Scion. We've been introduced to the Scions, we've fought our first Primal, we've been introduced to some more lore about the world. We know that in Ul'dah, the huge problem is the refugees. That there seems to be somewhat corruption within the city, and that there's a huge amount of refugees which are trying to pour in, and they just can't possibly sustain the resources. I wonder what Tataru has to say, actually. Ardbert, how goes it? All's well here. At least on the bookkeeping front, anyway. Oh, let's transform into a rogue. We'll get the last EXP. The last one EXP to level up. Ah! The triumphant hero returns! Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He's presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. My late arrival nearly cost Ardbert his life. I wasn't there when the Eorzean took his prisoner, and I wasn't there when they served him to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle he survived, but that does not excuse the fact that he should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed him, utterly. Just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can ill blame yourself for every... Ardbert, it is good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear. And now we can put our pay to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Eorzean undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor was this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here. And the stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet, even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assured me that they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Arbert. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that all are to be put to death, the flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal, whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, though no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Ardbert. But I should be going, and must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people have suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louis Swa would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Poor Thancred. He's carrying so much guilt. some of which I don't understand, and I feel like is a tack on from, or a continuation of 1.0. Okay. Let's switch it up and start leveling up Arcanist. Until not so very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzean. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled to the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Y'shtola that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come with a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Ardbert, or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons. Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Ardbert, your recent exploits have garnered you the attention of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's Bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Ardbert's deeds spread so quickly. That the immortal flame should know of his triumph is to be expected, but what of the other Grand Companies? Your reputation precedes you, Master Lux. It is no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge the victor. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant men such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure that peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Master Lux. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A man of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Uldar. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend, as do many others in Limsa. Long before the rest of Eorzea took note, your name was well known to us, owing to your valorous deeds on behalf of our citizens. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lominsa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Uldar. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to switch your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so. And yet, I can see that it is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will of course recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance events. Well, as part of their proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion! You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well. Let Ardbert hear our leaders speak, then return here with our decisions. With his decision. We eagerly await your answer. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Ardbert, and with it, you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Nah, it's fine. They try. We're famous. Everyone will vouch for us. They try and kill us. We'll fight them. We're like level 30. That's like, you know, we could take anyone out. You're worrying. Yet, however vigilant you are, but one man. However vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one man amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we can continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect that you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch, regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, Ardbert, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now, it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Oh my goodness, this has been a wonderful stream so far. We've gotten lots done. With the power you possess, there will be those who wish you ill. You must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one man. So she says the same thing. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting, Ardbert. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly, and often, to too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue. Literally, if necessary. Anyways, I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place. If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services. An Elder Seedseer, Condi Senna, will deliver her address at Miketo's Amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next you'll need to go to Ul'dah, where the Flame General Raubon al-Din will be addressing the masses at the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting. Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa Laminsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merlwib Blofithswin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the Century Zathnail, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the Remembrance Service suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order. Though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Yeah. Well, actually, no. Let's go to Ul'dah first, because it's going to be more cost efficient. Ooh, I'm getting weary. I think once I get to the point where the Grand Companies give me access to a Chocobo license, which will be coming up after these services, I think I'm probably going to either end the stream or switch over to silent audio and just play the game for a little bit. It's actually quite exhausting to stream. Thank you for buying tickets to the Whistle Symphony, and we invite you to come and visit with us next year. Thank you. And then from here we can jump on the airship, and the airship's pretty cheap. Much cheaper than it'll be to teleport. And, if I'm not mistaken, these are all voiced cutscenes. Brilliantly voiced cutscenes. I recall these cutscenes being absolutely wonderful.
Souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore. Hurrah! Ramadan! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ur dynasty, we have brought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
Now Thal. That's good to know. Thal. Thank you, Raubon.
There, at the Flame General's back lies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzean's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion lay low.
Humble flex. Humble brag.
That's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
As it does.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Eorzean wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Guardians make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah. As Ul'dah prospers, so shall the people.
Together we are one.
He gave a good speech.
Your Grace.
Ramon? People of Ul'dah, I, Nanima, 17th in the line of all, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzean to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
Victory and fortune. Stride fearless into the inferno, for we are by fire reborn.
By fire, a realm reborn. Roll credits.
Forsooth,
The time is now!
If you permit me, Alfie, no. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Ul'dahs have a long history of conflict with the Eorzean. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them? The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If what threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they have dealt with Ifrit this far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they have the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do, the Ul'dan send their forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder then that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. Okay. Alize didn't seem happy? Or maybe she's just mission driven. Actually, no, we'll take the airship. Okay. Yeah, 120 gills, probably way better. This is such a good town theme. I should have taken a teleport. Ugh. Mikado's theater is a decent amount away. Okay. I was mistaking the amphitheater for Nofaka's altar. You're not the Halloween, no. You're not the Halloween. I feel like there's probably like a quest involved in the All Saints Wake. It's okay, puppers. My puppy wants to contribute. Okay, let's begin this. I guess it makes sense to hold in an amphitheater.
The three seeds are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelves Wood.
Fearful of the green wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Eorzean settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Eorzean. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the Calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on that
high
bloody
roads
Ixal.
without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the Calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood.
Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children!
Woods will be done!
It's up to us to protect the forest!
All the elementals!
Fancy meeting you again.
The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition, and want to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love of war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it's broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the Calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring their wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal continue their excursion, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? I wonder if Alphino and Alize were in 1.0. I wonder if they had, yeah, because it wouldn't make sense for them to be teleported back to Charlean. Or Charlea. Charlea? Charlean? I don't know. It's nice having some gil spending room to be able to teleport again. That helps out a lot. Okay. Okay, well, that may be an issue. If it is an issue, we may have to end the stream ever so slightly preemptively, but I'm sure that we can get it back up for a little bit here.
The Galleons are another matter altogether.
The Galleons. Great accent. Can't do it. I really like Merlewib.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride.
Come on, you can do it. Move on.
Summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pilot vessel.
Makes sense.
When the Guardian Empire marched upon Eorzean, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Eorzean's bloody executioners, and together we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder, beneath the surface one would struggle to tell them apart.
It has been 5 long years since the Calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the Calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotalo. The Saharian creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fish
While the minds of Ogomeros spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go. These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crush against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Guardian Empire. Even now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded, yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men.
That's a good tagline.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all.
Long live the Admiral!
Gather the lads!
Oh, every cutlass!
I'll follow you to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
Certainly. Almost as if we're both going to all three services. As the Admirable mentions in her address, the first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans could also have chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominstons' backyard. And if that is to say naught of internal strife, as a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominstons are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take the decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom standard will be drenched a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That's dark. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. But will you sail with the Admiral? I think so. I think that's the one that we're going with. We started in Limsa. I think they have a super convenient place where they are located, their headquarters. Artbert, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope? Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence! Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we have to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer. In short, hurry back! Alright, we'll be there in literal seconds. Literal seconds. Yeah, you know, we're so great that we can never be... that we can never not be humble. Too perfect to not be humble. Welcome back, Artbert.
Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Ardbert. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what Grand Company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies, as though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the warriors of light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzean a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Eorzean, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds that
Cynical these children are.
So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say that the beast tribes and their primes do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzean's wounds falls to the silence of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I need to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
Okay, so what I understand, Eorzean thinks it's a waste of time to...
We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Yeah, so what I got from that is that Eorzean and Alphinaud both want to save Eorzean. They both came to visit the three companies because Alphinaud thinks it's a good idea to engage in the politics of Eorzean and in the three city-states in order to save Eorzean. Just like Louis Swad did, supposedly, right? Which is why ultimately Alphinaud is drawn to the Scions. Whereas Eorzean thinks it's a waste of time to go into politics because it's simply vainglorious. It's not actually the true solution to Eorzean's issues, and so they're parting ways. She's looking for a way to solve the issue of the primals, to solve the issues that plague Eorzean without all the bureaucracy. I could be mistaken. That's what I got from that. And of course other things I have strewn together, but... Yes, indeed. That's the spirit, lad. With allies like you, how much stronger is our crew? Let us brave the seas together, friend. Now the choice is made, it's time to add your name to our rolls. Make your way to the Maelstrom Command back in Limsa. 'Tis on the upper decks in case you have forgotten. I will send word to our personal officer to expect you. The duties of a Maelstrom officer of soldier can be both arduous and challenging, but I promise you, you will not regret this choice. May your passage be swift and your bearing sure. Alright, let's go and report to duty. We are joining the military today, boys. And this is super convenient. Aft Castle. And here we are. Maelstrom Command. Hey, old adventurer. What business have you at Maelstrom Command? I am Ardbert Lux. Ardbert Lux, aye? A recruitment officer sent word of your coming. It shall be my honor to induct you into the ranks of the Maelstrom. Now, before I can accept your oath, you must be made aware of several... Sir! What is it, Private? This had better be important. Sir, we've received a report from Lookout in Lower Lenosha, sir. Imperial forces have fired upon a Highwind Skyways airship. The vessel is in a bad way, sir. It appears to be banking for an emergency landing in Cedarwood. Cedarwood? Damn it, we have no troops available in that area. The bulk of our infantry is bogged down on the coast, skirmishing with the fishbacks. Lux, this is highly irregular, but I fear your first duty in service to the Maelstrom must needs be unofficial. If our man in Lower Lenosha is correct, the airship will come down in territory crawling with Imperial scouts. If there are any survivors, we must reach them before the Garleans do. Make haste to Cedarwood, locate the airship, and if any of its occupants are alive, make sure they come to no further harm. We'll see about swearing you in upon your return. Okay. Let's do this up. Cedarwood. Where is Cedarwood? I'm sure that's what you guys came to the stream for, is the humming of the of the music there. All I can say is that this story so far has been absolutely wonderful, and every story arc beautifully leads up to the next one. There's no logical wondering what each piece means. So let's see. So first we have Limsa, and just getting into Limsa, getting to know Limsa, getting to know getting to know the city. Then you meet Badarin, and Badarin, after giving you a couple quests, sends you to Summerford Farms, where you meet the one gentleman, I forget his name, but he is essentially reforming pirates to work for a farm, Summerford Farms. Then in there you had that one guy named Severin, who was essentially working with Asians. An Asian showed up and summoned a golem. We got a crystal after felling the golem. That ended up gaining us respect, and we became a ambassador of the city-states. Let's talk to this. Oh, no. I actually am missing a step in there. Dang, there are Garleans around. Oh, okay. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first. observant soldiers. Maelstrom Command sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Be at ease, sir. We are of the Maelstrom. You're a Garland Ironworks engineer, yes? One of our lookouts reported the attack on your craft. We're here to rescue you. You must be Lux. Good work on reaching our friend here before the Imperials. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to this man's treachery? The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Scouting party from Castrum Alcidins, I'd say. Seems they want your ship, engineer. Wedge! You have to help him. That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. The tiny Bronco? Isn't that the new design people have been whispering about? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland... well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring. She really was. Till those bastards blasted her out of the sky. Alright. Pay attention. We're going to hit these Imperials hard and fast. If they want a souvenir from Eorzea, they can have a knife in the gut. But they're not getting that ship. Oh. And don't forget to save the Lalafell. What say you, Lux? Ready to give those curs a hiding? Like a tidal wave, lads. Charge! An ambush! To arms! Pretty slapping music though.
beautiful. I should be able to use glowing, I forget what I was saying. Oh, oops, I'm not using a topaz rain. Worst case, I can heal that guy. I have healing powers. I don't quite understand. This is the one class that I have the most difficulty understanding. Arcanist is just a strange class. There's a lot here, and I don't quite fully get it. I'm starting to get how the pet attack works, and I'm assuming I can still use the outburst. I don't quite fully get. I assume it's like casting an element on somebody, but I don't fully get how to get it, or how to pick what element you're going to utilize. Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed with the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So, how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propellers to get us airborne. A few minor modification, we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. We'll stand watch until the ship is ready to take off. The Imperials will come looking for their scouts eventually, but I doubt they'll get here for a good while yet. Lux, you're free to return to Maelstrom Command and complete your induction. Ordinarily, I'd ask you to stay, but I think we'd all feel better knowing an adventurer of your ability was safely sworn in and ready for the next mission. Rest assured, I'll inform Command of the part you played today. I, just wanted to say sorry, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though. If it hadn't been for you and the Maelstrom lads there, we'd be chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge. Thank you. We're very grateful. Okay. Let's get... Darn it. 159. That's not even that bad. I made 1,000. This is my second stream ever, man. It's been a wonderful stream, but a good one. It's challenging to talk for this long. Okay, let's talk over here. Welcome back, Lux. I just heard the report. You needn't be concerned about the engineers. They completed their return trip without further Imperial interference. I must admit, I had my doubts at first, but it seems like the stories about you are true. I look forward to seeing what else you're capable of. After you're properly inducted into the Maelstrom, of course. Now, speaking of your induction... Let us start afresh, shall we? You are welcome here, Ardbert Lux. That such a well-respected adventurer would choose to join our ranks is most heartening. Before you swear your allegiance to us, however, it is only right that I tell you exactly what it is that you will be joining. A grand company is more than simply a collection of soldiers. It is an all-encompassing organization which draws upon the resources of an entire city-state to form a united military front capable of standing against a nation's deadliest enemies. We of the Maelstrom are charged with meeting the threats posed by the primals
and the Garlean Empire in solving the many problems caused by the Calamity. Every man and woman who serves under our colors has a role to play in keeping the great warship that is Limsa Lominsa afloat. And on whatever heading Chief Admiral Merlwyd Blofiswin sees fit to set. As part of this grand vessel's crew, you will be expected to take your turn at the oars, for the winds do not look favorable, lad, and strength of arm may be all that sees us to safe to port. If I've lost you with talk of ship and oar, let me put it another way. A Maelstrom soldier labors till his last breath, fights till his last drop of blood. We give our all in service to this nation, and no less is expected of you. Lux, it is customary for new recruits to swear an oath of their own choosing upon entering the Maelstrom's ranks. Is there aught you'd like to say? You have my sword till sea swallows all. And I've no doubt we'll need it. Keep your weapons close at hand, lad. Ardbert Lux, I hereby assign you the rank of Storm Private 3rd Class. You are now officially a soldier of the Maelstrom. Welcome aboard, Private. May you serve Limsa Lominsa well, till sea swallows all. Alright, I am in the military. I am now... Oh, getting a phone call. Can you hear me, Ardbert? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Maelstrom contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Lux. I have no doubt that you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you were a man of the storm, you are no less a scion. Pray, return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. No rest for the wicked, eh? Before you make yourself scarce, I recommend having a word with Commander Ricky. Might be worth your while. You may now accept the quest My Little Chocobo from the Maelstrom by speaking with Rashat Riki. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario for Realm Reborn. Interesting. I had no idea. I wonder why. We'll go there in 1 second. Let's talk to her. I'm just gonna read through this real quick. I love this. The fact they're like, okay, we're gonna get you a chocobo. You need insurance. That's really funny to me. This looks right. It was not right. Didn't I get 300? Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that's incredibly annoying. I have to go back to the Waking Sand to get those 300 storm seals. That's fine. see if I have this right. You're an adventurer who's a scion and a storm? Golly, how do you keep track of everything? It must be fun pairing up with lots of different people, though. Me? I'm always with Papalimo. Come to think of it, why am I always with Papalimo? Following the Calamity, each nation's armed forces underwent large-scale restructuring centered upon its Grand Company. In Gridania, the Order of the 12 Adder, or the Order of the Twin Adder, absorbed both the Wood Whalers and the God's Quiver, where the Lominsons enacted the complete merger of the Maelstrom and the Knights of the Barracuda. Ul'dah is the odd nation out, having made no notable changes to its armed forces. As before, and in the spirit of the Sultanate, each entity retains a certain degree of independence. That's really interesting. Welcome back, Ardbert. Lady Minfilia awaits you within. This doesn't feel like... Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called to regale me with the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us, Ardbert. Now, when last we spoke, I said that I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm, Gods, man, spit it out, will ya? Wedge at your service. I'm pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of the experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Okay, we'll pick this up. We'll listen to what she has to say. Then we'll go get. Then we'll go get. Perfect.
We have a favor to ask of you. Eorzean, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have conducted a study at the behest of the Order of the Twin Adder. Papalimo, Ida, a synopsis if you would.
Our task was to survey the behavior of the Sylphs, a beast tribe indigenous to the Twelveswood.
Oh, how to describe them. They look like gizzlegreens, floating ones, that worship the primal Ramu.
Ahem. Though technically a beast tribe, Sylphs are blessed with a comparatively personable demeanor, conducive to peaceful communication.
Offering us an invaluable opportunity to learn what the beast tribes know of the primals.
While Ramu's existence is well documented, the Sylphs do not, or perhaps cannot, summon the primal any longer, insofar as can be ascertained, until such time as we know. It would be unwise to assume that the threat posed by the primal has passed.
Which leaves Gridania with the added worry of not knowing what they should be worrying about.
In that regard, they are hardly alone. What we can say with absolute certainty is that Gridania has its hands full fending off Garuda, who, I need hardly remind you, is among the most savage and terrible of all known primals.
In short, it is essential that we approach the Sylphs in as diplomatic a manner as possible. Words and actions can be misconstrued. The only sure way to communicate our intentions is the echo. Winning the Sylphs' favor may well bring us a step closer to mitigating the threat of the primals. Will you help us? I am grateful.
Lovely. Well, as much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I would be of little use to anyone in Gridania. A veritable babe in the woods. Ida and Papalimo, however, should be able to see the forest for the trees. Is that not so, Minfilia?
Indeed. You are willing?
Leave it to me.
Us, Ida, us!
Alright, we are good to ignore that and head back to home base in Limsa. Let's do it up. The aft castle is super convenient. The nice thing is that the market boards are also super convenient from that location, so Limsa, I think, in my opinion, is the best of the city-states. I don't even know where the market board is in Gridania, to be completely honest. Okay, so it was material. Yep. Ah, Private Lux. Just the man I was hoping to see. Your exploits of late have been the talk of Limsa. Don't let this puff your sails up too much, but I've heard some of the higher-ups saying that the Maelstrom will be lost at sea without you. But I suspect you're not the type to rest on your laurels. Nay, the tempest raging in your eyes tells me that you're looking for new waters to investigate. Fortunately, we have just the place for people like you. Have you perchance heard of the Wolf's Den? It's a proving ground of sorts established by the Eorzean Alliance, a place where the most promising of Grand Company recruits are sent to hone their skills. The Wolf's Den is to be found just off the shores of Lenosha. The ferry at Morrowby Docks in Lower Lenosha will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Captain Berkoya Loitalsin. I've let him know that you'll be coming so that you can count on a warm welcome. Okay. Fragum. Who's Fragum? Okay. Okay. Well. It's okay, puppy. I hear you. I have a very anxious puppy, and I'm gonna go deal with him in 1 second. But, in the meantime, let's... Oh, Chocobo Keep. Okay. That's where I get my first Chocobo.
Technically, I got my first mount already. In Gridonia, I traded in some coupons, or, I don't know, tokens, achievement tokens, for a behemoth. There you can see him, but of course I can't ride him without a license, lest I be breaking the law. Yes, everything appears to be in order. A moment, please. I'll be right back with your chocobo. And here he is. The fellow has been in high spirits the last few bells. He must have sensed that his master was coming. Now then, to make it official, you'll want to give your note. Hey, this needs to slow down. Quit! It may not be original. However, in honor of my favorite one of my favorite Final Fantasy games of all time, Final Fantasy V, we're going to name this chocobo Boko. Okay. Name your chocobo Boko? Yes. I dare say he likes his name. Here's your very own chocobo whistle. Simply blow into it and your feathered friend will come bounding to your side. But do forgive him if he doesn't respond when summoned in a crowded city, areas or monster-infested layers. Chocobos are stout-hearted creatures, but they have their limits. Lastly, I wish to present you with your chocobo rider's license, as is required by law. And that concludes all the formalities. I wish you and your chocobo long years of fulfilling companionship. Wonderful. So, we have joined a grand company, we have joined the Scions, we have bested a primal, we have explored most of Eorzea, save for Kurthus. We are in a good position. We have every single job that you can get in A Realm Reborn. And our Marauder is well on his way to level 50. So, I'm not quite done playing Final Fantasy XIV, and I want to capture all of my footage. But mentally, I don't know if I can continue to stream. So, I'm just going to stream my gameplay and feel free to watch from there. But thank you all for joining. I hope it was entertaining in some way. I hope that the voice acting was pleasing and amplified the experience instead of taking away from it. And I wish you the very best. Have yourselves a good day.